Hello. Okay, what? Something is happening. What is going on? What is. Hang on. What is. What is going on? Not that. It's this. Okay. What's going on? Alright, well, maybe I just have to use my regular keyboard now. This thing. Unless. Come on, man. Seriously? The thing is like that? Oh man. I screwed up big time. Cause. Okay, that's getting annoying. That looks fine. Interesting. Do captions work? They do. Hey, hey, hey. Okay, well, at any rate, okay. Let's try this one more time.
Mario! Hello!
And yes, the back of my keyboard has a USB plug because it's awesome. Are you going to behave, wire? Please behave. No, don't do that to me. So I'm going to plug in my headphones.
So long, Bowser!
Okay. So.
Let's start to play.
Yeah. Well, this thing doesn't work anymore, apparently. That sucks. Maybe I can open up and fix it or something. It doesn't look that hard to open up. Yeah, I'll do that later. I guess I just gotta. Okay, well, I guess I just gotta do it with my regular keyboard. But, we have a slight issue. There's the Z button, which is the save state button, is right next, which is the save state load button, is right next to the save state set button, which is X. On this thing, Z is right there, and X is way over here. So, I don't know what part of me was like. I mean, pretty much every other One, the only letter that's out of place is H. It's the only one. Everything else is pretty much like where it is. It may be N. But
Press start to play.
for some reason, I was like, that's super easy to hit, and that's super easy to, that's over an inch apart. These is like a centimeter. It's like less than a centimeter of space. Less than a centimeter. Oh well. Oops. What's going on? Oh. Well. So today I'm going to be working on some basement stuff. I'm going to start out in SSL, shifting sand lanes.
Press start to play.
Sorry, I'm really hungry.
Okie dokie.
Maybe I should just do one with like 8 stars. Yeah, maybe I should do that instead.
It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle.
Hang on.
I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
I know I'm supposed to start my timer like officially before this, but I'm not doing an official run or anything, so I'm going to be using save states. This is just practice, so I don't even know the full route yet. I haven't even practiced all the stars yet. Maybe I should, I don't know, we'll see how it goes. See how it goes with, no, just having Z and X right next to each other. X is to save the save state, and Z is to load the save state. And they are less than a centimeter apart, and yeah, see what happens. So, X, timer, meh. Do it. That was pretty bad. Ah, see, I just did it. I just did it.
It's me, Mario.
I'm gonna have to change that.
Hello.
Hang on. I'm sorry. Okay, keyboard shortcuts. Game full screen, save slots, save slot 1, save slot default options, full screen. Okay, that works. So now it is B, as in, boy, that was kind of easy.
Okie dokie.
I screwed up on purpose so I could eat
Dear
more
Mario,
food.
please come
You
to the
caught
castle.
me.
I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
What? 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 Huh? Maybe I need to restart it? Ooh.
It's me, Mario.
Yes, my cursor is a pen. Okay. This should work.
Okie dokie.
For the third time.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
What? It just crashes? What?
It's me, Mario.
Why did it crash right there? That was really weird.
Hello. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Okay. All right. Awful. I did it. So, tomorrow I'm taking Tiger to the vet to try and get him some anti-nausea stuff and some some anti-nausea stuff and come on, and some appetite inducer. That's what it's called. I'm messing up. But, so yeah, we're gonna, try and make him more comfy. He's been doing good. He's been eating more lately. It's nice. He's just chilling and stuff, and being a good little kitty. Oh man. Bad angle. So, I've been looking at tons of stuff throughout the past, the last few months, honestly. Well, actually, now that I think about it, the majority of last year up until now, I got really into I was like, okay, I want to speedrun a game. What game do I want to speedrun? At first I was like, I want to speedrun Mario 64. That seems like, it seems like the funnest, And then, I don't know, I saw a bunch of things recommending not to have this as your first speed game for some reason. And the only thing is that the only reason that anybody was able to give wasn't, oh, it's the difficulty, there's a difficulty spike or something that isn't good for beginners, or it's, just, it's too complex, or it's just, oh, well, a lot of people play that, so you might not get a world record. The odds of you getting a world record are a lot slimmer. If you, because so many people, that's the most popular speedrunning game. You're better off speedrunning something else. And the only explanation for that is because more people play the game. If anything, that's oh, so there's a lot of competition, so you don't like competition? You just want to be a big fish in a small pond? That's cool, I guess. But, why don't I just play games for fun? I learned a long time ago, playing video games for anything more than fun, and, I mean, when you're playing video games, if you're not having fun, there's no point in playing the game. Not at all. If the point of the game is just to show off how cool you are, but you hate playing the game, then you just want to show off how cool you are. You don't care about the game. You just want people to think you're cool, There are other ways to make people think you're cool besides getting really good at a video game, and most people don't really, I mean, especially dude, when I was growing up, the thought of anybody besides other nerds appreciating anything that you did in a video game is just preposterous. Thinking that, and making money off of video games, are you joking? For a long time I wanted to be a game designer, And, but then, you know, I needed a job. So, yeah. And then any schooling that I did went towards the current job that I had, so I could try and make more money. That way I could, you know, maybe eventually do something. I did like what I was doing, but I don't know. I think I would have been much better off learning how to code. I mean, I can convert stuff to binary, and I used to like be quite the whiz at HTML when I was a child. But yeah. I couldn't, you know, I mean, now there's all these apps like Squarespace and stuff. Dude, growing up, dude, I knew people who, like, established themselves and made a name for themselves just by making, like, MySpace websites. Like, you know, and that was like one of the first, like, tangible things for me. That was like, oh, somebody I know is doing something that, oh, you just basically make MySpaces for other people. You make other people's MySpaces look cool, and you make a living off of that. That's dope. I wish I could do something ridiculous like that. But you know, growing up, my dear old pop was the type of person that thought, you know, he was basically good with just giving me a roof over my head and clothes on my back and food to eat. And that was everything I needed as a child. His job was done as a father. I had the minimal things for survival, therefore, he was a good dad. That's really what he thought. He only, I mean, we were never, like, physically affectionate, like, and, like, if we were, it was, like, always, like, awkward, and it was always, like, this is obviously, like, just for show, like, this is not genuine whatsoever. And then, like, my grandma, like, as, like, a kid, even as a kid, I was, like, I'm pretty sure, like, even the first time that I remember her doing it, I was like, this is kind of weird. And then, after a while, I was like, well, I mean, nobody else has expressed that this is weird except me, so maybe it's not that weird. But my grandma used to, and I think probably still would, even during a pandemic, when we would greet her, or, you know, say goodbye or whatever, she would kiss you on the lips, which, just like a little peck real quick, and it was like, okay, and like, and it didn't matter if she was wearing lipstick and it, like, smeared all over, like, it was weird. The very first time, there wasn't a single time, even no matter how much I was, like, no matter how much in, like, my frontal lobe I was like, nope, this is an okay thing that I shouldn't think is weird, I always was like, this is weird. I don't like this. This is weird. And, yeah, so I just kind of avoid that situation. You know, I'm just like, okay, bye, Grandma, from a distance. Gotta go. But yeah, anyways, the notion of making money off of video games, or even just like the internet, was such like a foreign thing, you know, to a lot of like the, you know, to like my parent, you know, to like my dad especially. Like my mom, her dad, my grandfather, owned one of the first and only computer stores in the area during the 80s. And he had that for, you know, at least a decade, I want to say. And because I remember being a little kid, and yeah, I think the reason that he stopped running the store, because it was like his store, he had like a storefront and everything, and there was, I think there was like a frozen yogurt place, and there was like, there was like a pizza place, and we used to hang out there, and yeah, it was cool. I used to play the keyboard all the time, or like I'd play like, you know, really like rudimentary computer games. Like as a kid, like the free computer games that were good were like Minesweeper, Solitaire, Free Cell, Hearts. I remember when Spider Solitaire came out, and I was like, what is this? And I thought Spider Solitaire was pretty cool because it was just like a variation on, you know, it was just a, you know, it was like a game that I was familiar with, but like a, you know, kind of cool variation on it. So it was, I knew how to play more or less, but it was still like a new experience. I don't know. But the technological side of my family was definitely like my mom's side, and you know, I would say that my dad's side of the family is a lot more traditional, and you know, like over half of couples, they got divorced when I was young, and I think I was 5 when they got divorced. Which is like the only memory that I ever have of them is them like screaming, like getting woken up by them screaming at each other. And I'm not even kidding. Like it's like the only memory I have of them like together. Like it's the only thing I can remember. And you know, and I've remembered some weird stuff. Like I'm pretty sure I remember being in my crib for a split, for a couple moments, and then memory is a weird thing. Like if you try and think back, like the first moment of like real consciousness you had, and you know, like I'll never forget this because it was just really profound, honestly. But I remember like one of my very, very first memories, besides like the crib thing, and let's see, there was like me looking, there was like 2 instances of me like looking through like a crib and like and like the water was running in like the bathroom, and like the door was open, and I could like see down the hallway in it, and yeah, but and like I'm pretty sure like my brother was supposed to like be like my mom was like getting ready to like bathe my brother or something, I forget. I obviously don't know like the actual details because I couldn't be like, hey mom, remember that time that I was in my crib? She'd be like, what are you talking about? But I remember remember that. I remember... This is definitely down the road, though, after. But yeah, those are... I'm trying to think of things that I remember. Because I know there's like the crib thing, and I think there's like one or two other instances that I can remember before this. But my first like conscious like memory stream where I like remembered like actual like cohesive things that I could like comprehend and like you know look at in the future and evaluate. And I remember being asleep and having this feeling of like, how do I describe it? It was like a feeling of all of a sudden like, it was like a feeling of waking up essentially. I basically woke up in my dream and I couldn't really see anything. I could just basically like see like me in like a dark area, and the first thing that I thought was, does this God person? Because I my grandmother on my mom's side was extremely religious, and but like in a weird way, you know, because there are people that are weird that do that sometimes. But yeah, she basically, you know, tried to, you know, get us, you know, she wanted us to be baptized and all that stuff. And my mom wasn't very religious and isn't. And, she's more like, I feel like she's more like, what's it called? Agnostic. Yeah. Pretty sure she's more like agnostic. And, which is like, she doesn't know, like, what to think or something. That's basically where she's at. And, oops, stupid red coin. I couldn't see. I thought I missed him. But yeah, my introduction to God, you know, religion and God was, you know, happened at a very young age. I even attended private school for some time. The private Catholic school, I mean. And, yeah, and it was Catholic school, so that was like, yeah. Like, all, like, the stereotypes and tropes about Catholic school and Catholic school kid. Hey, that actually worked! So I can blow myself up through the thing. That's dope. But I need to try the backup. But yeah, like my first ever conscious memory was like, does this God guy, or does this God person, or yeah, something along those lines, does God, does quote unquote God, and I remember thinking about it like that, like, you know, kind of questioning, like, is this really what it is? And because I'm pretty sure I was probably at a certain point, you know, as a kid, overheard something, or like was maybe even directly told, you know, that, you know, God, you know, everything, you know, God makes everything happen for a reason, you know, and, you know, God does, you know, God knows everything, or something like that, you know, something about the omnipotence or the omniscient, how he's omniscient, how he knows and sees everything, supposedly, or whatever. And the, you know, the all-knowing or whatever, I don't know. Yeah, I went to Catholic school, but yeah, I only know like Catholic stuff, and a lot of people are like, dude, that's weird. Like, people who aren't Catholic are like, dude, that's weird. So, like, yeah, I don't really like to, like to be like, oh yeah, that's what I did as a kid. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I just remember kind of questioning, like, does this God guy control us? And then I woke up and started living. It was really weird. It was like I, you know, it was like I jacked myself out of the Matrix. Dang it. I don't know why I did that. Okay. Let's get on with the show. Oh, whatever. Oops. So, I used to work at a place at great start of a story. I used to work at out of somebody's house, essentially. And they kind of lived in a smaller town, and I love animals, and oops, I'm going the wrong way. I always loved animals. I was actually, growing up, I was very sensitive to dog and cat and other animal dander, and I was basically allergic. Oh yeah, I was allergic, and then I stopped eating, and I'm not. This is no exaggeration. This is like this sounds like, I know this kind of sounds like an infomercial or like something or whatever to go vegan, which you should. But that comes. I'll do that later. But I'm not doing that. I will do that, but I'm not doing that right now. But yeah, after I went vegan, like shortly after, like within like a month, what's going on? I suck. I wasn't allergic to animals anymore. Like, drastically. Like a night and day difference. And like to the point of like there were certain times where like if it was like a certain season or something, or like there was like a bunch of pollen or something in the air, I would, and then I went into like a house, or a place that had like a cat with a long hair cat, and they like let the cat go everywhere and they don't vacuum. Yeah, and there'd just be like clumps of animal dander everywhere. Yeah, I couldn't. Yeah, my eyes would like puff up and stuff. I would like start sneezing and like just like couldn't breathe, and just it'd be like I'd be miserable. It was horrible. But I loved cats, and I wanted like more than anything to just like have them like snuggle with me and stuff, and the like the within like the first month of me going vegan and eating, stopping eating, stop using animal products and eating animal products, I was like no longer allergic to these things, and like I used to have a super bad reaction to like things how do I put this, creatures of Equestria, like horses, basically horses, and thirsty. So gotta take my iron pill and some ibuprofen. That's what you gotta do sometimes. Yeah. Oh, and before everybody's like, oh, why you take an iron pill because you're vegan? I've been anemic like my entire life, and this, yeah, just helps. The soup that I'm eating is actually packed with iron. But yeah, the way that I just need more iron apparently. So yeah, I don't know. I've always been anemic, so yeah. Well, you should eat more red meat. No, why don't I just get more iron in my diet? How about that? I used to, as a little kid, like I could not take medicine. Like I sucked at taking medicine, and I was like a sick little kid. Like I had to take medicine all the time, and I was allergic to stuff, and I was super sensitive to stuff, and I always had sinus infections and this and that, and things wrong with my skin, and yeah, so bunch of stuff. So I've had to take pills, since I was, a little kid, and throughout periods of my life, I've had to take pills for various things, and over the years, I've, I also, I take vitamins and stuff sometimes, and sometimes I'd take like, huge handfuls of vitamins at a time. And I forget how many pills I can swallow at once. It's something like 16 or something. I forget, but it's a crazy amount of pills. And various different sizes and stuff. Just because, like, as a little kid, like, I've always just hated taking pills and, like, doing it, like, like, every single pill is annoying, and I hated that. So if I could just be, like, or, like, if you have to take, like, liquid medicine and it tastes disgusting, and you're, like, like, constantly with whatever chaser or whatever you have for it. But, yes, so that's why if I have to take liquid medicine, I pretty much just, like, pour it from, like, and just, like, open my throat and just, like, don't let it hit my teeth or anything, because that stuff gets in your teeth, and, like, it can, like, stick to your teeth and stuff sometimes, and the taste will be on there for a while, or if it gets, like, underneath your tongue. So, yeah, I have various methods that I have developed over the years of taking medicine, and, yeah, so if you need any tips, don't ask me, because I pretty much took a long time to just do it, and you pretty much just have to do it. Confidence is key. That's the only tip I can give. Okay. Anyways, so since I am no longer allergic to animals, I you know, if I have a place that I live that I can, you know, properly take care of an animal, and an animal needs a home, I will do that. So, you know, and especially with cats, because, I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, the unwanted animals epidemic, you know, that is happening, you know, essentially globally, is horrible. You know, there's so many unwanted, you know, animals. There's so many unwanted dogs and this and that and stray dogs and, you know, kill shelters and animal shelters and all these things. And there's still like mass breeding, puppy mills. Like, that stuff's horrible. Like, puppy mills and, like, anything like that. I mean, like industrialized agriculture is gross, honestly. Like, there's no way to do industrialized agriculture, like, cleanly, humanely. There's no such, you can't, you can't breed something for slaughter. Like, at a certain part, there's gonna be a part where that's not very humane. You know, usually the part where you slaughter it. And, man. But yeah. I mean, there's a million arguments you can get in as a vegan, and I've gotten in most of them. You know, a lot of people don't even want to know where their food comes from. Most people don't even know what's in their food. Most people do not read the, you know, ingredients to things. And, you know, most people are full of it. Most people, like, when it comes down to it, just want to have a positive exchange. And if that means telling lies about themselves they know are untrue, like, you know, they'll even, like, elaborate on it and stuff, but, like, there's, I wish everybody was more honest with everybody, you know? You actually see the star. That's interesting. But yeah, you know, even being vegan, like, you can't get away from, you know, like, even, like, my vegan diet, like, you know, goes, you know, animals die because, you know, I'm sure there are animals that get caught up in harvester machines and stuff like that and are killed from pesticides or driven out from, you know, their environment and stuff. You know, you know, and a lot of it, even, like, you know, the food that I eat, you know, a lot of time, like, the food that I eat is fed to other people's food. Like a lot of stuff that, like grains, vegetables, and stuff like that, they give to cows. Like, just, like, I'm pretty sure cows actually eat the majority of vegetables. and grains and stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on that. But the agriculture industry is immense and is immensely, like, corrupt and profit motivated and gross. I mean, IBP, International Beef Processing, you know, says, you know, all these things about, you know, not, you know, giving, you know, real Americans jobs and, you know, this and that, no illegal workers, except they recruit in, like, south of the U.S., like, and then bus a bunch of people up here, like, get them visas and stuff to work, and then have them work illegally in their factories for, like, super low wages. Like, the life of, like, migrant farm workers is awful. Like, sharing beds, like, the only solace you get in the day is when you come home, wake up the dude that's in your bed, and then flip over the pillow and get into a warm bed where some guy, which when he got off work, he was super dirty, just like you're super dirty. And, well, maybe they take showers, actually. But, no, wait, no, yeah, there was that story, actually, where they're like, yeah, they're just so exhausted that they would get into bed super, you know, super gross, essentially. And then they'd wake up and then take a shower. You know, and since both of them were doing that, you know, you might as well just sleep dirty or whatever. But, like, yeah, that would suck. I mean, capitalism sucks. I'll just come right out and say it. Yeah, capitalism sucks. Capitalism makes so many things, like, that's why charities, like, you can't, how can you devote yourself to helping other people if you still need money in order to live? Like, I'd love to be able to, you know, I mean, if I wanted to house a houseless person, I would have to pay for their house and my house, which I couldn't afford, which I can't afford, you know, I could barely afford, well, honestly, I can't afford, you know, I mean, I've always had to have a roommate or something, you know, in my adult life. You know, because that's just how the economy works. I mean, even if, you know, you make a decent living, even if you make what is perceivably a decent wage, like, to people, it's still not enough. Like, people that work minimum wage, and as you grow up and they're like, oh, this person always has a job, but it seems like they never go anywhere. That's because they're not, because that's how the system is geared. And a lot of people want to say the system is broken. The system is not broken. The system works exactly the way that it is intended. It is not intended for regular people to be able to succeed, or even, you know, the bare minimum survival, you know, just having just enough to barely even scrape by is, you know, pretty much what everybody has to deal with. And, yeah, like, pretty much everybody, like, a lot of people that I know. And, you know, even if, and so many people want to act like, oh yeah, no, I'm not broke. No, I have money. Like, okay, if you're not able, like, even if you're able to save money, the way that, like, the world works, you're not, like, unless you have, like, the amount of money that you need to make in order to save money, because a lot of people are, I mean, I've been in the situation where it's like, I'm finally doing okay, I don't have to worry about stuff, and then, oh no, my car just, you know, something just happened to my car. Okay, well, I need my car because I need to get to work, and I can't rely on mass transit because mass transit doesn't run out where I live, and the lines that connect, you know, it would take, you know, I would have to spend, you know, 4 hours commuting every single day to just one of 3 part-time jobs. You know, that's just not feasible. Like, you can't, like, the amount of time that, like, oh, okay, 2-hour bus ride here, and then an hour-and-a-half bus ride here, and then a 45-minute bus ride here, and then an hour-and-a-half bus ride home. Like, that sucks. It doesn't leave very much time for working or sleeping. Like, I mean, that sucks. Like, so many people have to deal with that. Like, I mean, I have definitely dealt with similar situations. I am extremely lucky to be in a position to where, you know, at the moment, you know, I, you know, don't have to worry about that, but, I mean, that's extremely momentary, and that could change very quickly. Yeah, that could change at literally at a moment's notice. You know, knock on wood. But yeah, like, that's why you see like people who are passionate about something, but then their passion is linked to their income. That's why there's that weirdness with some people. Like, oh, this person's so passionate about this cause, and they've done all these things, and now they make a bunch of money doing that, and now their income is tied to that, and now it doesn't seem as genuine. Why is that? It's because it's not. It's because your income, when your income is tied to your passion, one of those has to be compromised, and it will be your passion, because you need income in order to live. Because why? Because you can't have a passion if you're not living. If you're listening to this and thinking, man, it really seems like we're screwed, and that we have, like, no chance. Yeah, doesn't it? And I'm a well-spoken white person. Like, I should have everything in the, like, I have all the advantages in the world. But yeah. Yeah. It cracks me up when people are like, the most oppressed class of people right now are well-to-do, rich, white men. They have it the hardest. Yes, rich white men. Oh, the strife and turmoil of a rich white man. Oh, Richard Branson. I mean, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. When I think struggle, when I think of the word strife, when I think of the term plight, when I think of overcoming adversity and being against all the odds. I think of Elon Musk, a South African apartheid slave profiteer who profited off of the apartheid in South Africa for his family, or for his father's emerald mine. Oh, what's that? Elon Musk was already rich before he was one of the richest persons in the world. What? A rich person coming from wealth? What? Since when? Nepotism, what's that? Yeah. And like, there's so many things that are just so blatant in the world. Like people that think, this is a good one. People who think women don't have it as hard as men. Women have it easier than men. I mean, they get drinks bought for them. Really? I mean, it's embarrassing when, like, cause I've been there when people say that, and it's just like, dude, you are such a clown. What are you talking about? Like, a lot of times it comes from people who are incels, and if you don't know what that means involuntarily celibate. That means they want to, but nobody wants to them. They want to do it, but nobody wants to do them. And they are too prideful or something to pay for it, which should totally be legal. I mean, why not? It's so stupid that it's that something as like as harmless and honestly helpful as prostitution. Like, if there was not such a stigma over prostitution, then, and it was just about like, oh, it's just about, it's just about sex, essentially, then the excuse of like, oh, I haven't had sex, oh, do you have money? Do you spend money on things that you don't need? Well, then you can spend money on that. Like, I mean, what? I don't know. It's something that should be regulated so the workers are, better treated and safer, and they don't have to, like, do these weird screening references where it's like, oh yeah, this guy beat me up. Oh yeah, this guy tried to choke me too. Yeah, oh, this guy'll try and choke you and steal your money, so watch out. Oh, midway through, this guy'll punch you. Don't go to him. Like, these things exist. Like, there used to be a site that was like, basically like Johns that suck, I guess. Yeah, so like, and like, there's a lot of entitlement that comes with it. Like, entitlement is like a big theme in a lot of the stuff that I talk about, if you'll notice, because a lot of people are entitled, and for not very good reasons. I mean, at this point, entitlement is almost like a term. Like, if you're entitled, like, if you have a feeling of entitlement, like, these days it almost means like unearned entitlement is what people refer to it as, essentially. And like, I mean, I've been pulled over several times, and in my car for usually something stupid, and I mean, like, really stupid, like, oh, my tabs were expired by a day, or your headlights out. Anything but that. Anything but having a headlight out. Oh no. But yeah, so did I already punch? Maybe I did. But I did punch. Okay, so I guess I'm getting better at cannonless. But yeah, I've been pulled over several times, and the first, like, 5 times I got pulled over, I did not get a ticket. And every single time, they could have given me one. And, yeah, and that's because it's because I was, you know, a well-dressed, well-spoken white guy. Like, I know for a fact, since I do not come off as, like, you know, I don't come off as ignorant, and I don't have any melanin in my skin tone, therefore, the police are just like, oh, okay, never mind. 3 o'clock. Okay. But, yeah, so, they just asked what time Tiger's veterinary appointment was tomorrow, and it's at 3. So, I'll be doing that. Wish me luckos. Meh. But, what was I saying? Entitlement, white people, I'm white, yeah. Like, oh man. I have been in a room multiple times where more than one white person in front of people of color, this will happen, in the same room. They'll be in the conversation even. Well, why can Cain Velasquez have brown pride? Cain Velasquez was a UFC fighter, I think. And why can Cain Velasquez have brown pride across his chest, but I can't have white pride? Okay, if anybody ever, for some reason in 2021, still brings this up around you, just ask them, what are you so proud of? What exactly is it that white people did, specifically, that you are so proud of? Because white people have historically done only terrible things. I mean, I know that's an exaggeration, but colonialism, genocide of perceived inferior beings, just the general like douchery. Hey, that I love web captions. Yeah, the general douchery that was white colonialism throughout the second millennia. Yeah, I think it'd be the second millennia. Yeah. At any rate, because at first it was like, oh yeah, look at Vikings. Oh yeah, Vikings. Woo, Vikings are so cool. And then like other white folks saw that and were like, yeah, yeah. And then everybody else was like, this sucks. White people took it too far. I'm just joking about the Vikings things. I have no idea. I made all that up. But I did not make up the part about white douchery in the second millennia. It's like, what would you be proud of? What the hell is there to be proud of as like a white dude? Like, oh, slavery? That was rad. Like, no. It wasn't. Please don't take that out of context ever, please. But like, what the hell would you have to be proud of as like a white person, like in history? Nikolai Tesla, he was one of us. Thomas Edison, oh yeah, that guy sucked. Okay, what about like Jonas Salk? Jonas Salk, that guy was super cool. Oh, but now there's Jeff Bezos. I made myself sad. I'm just kidding, but it's like I love that segment that Billy Eichner does. Immigrant or real American. That is the funniest. That is such a good segment. That is one of the funniest segments that's probably my favorite Billy on the Street segment. Yeah. Obviously, somebody saying white pride is like the stupidest thing. It's like one of the stupid, like asking like, why can't we say white pride? Like, really, dude? Have you never heard of history? Like, white people were not that cool. Like, and anything, like, everything that we did is like stolen. And like, oh, guns and stuff? Yeah, that was made up by like the Chinese, I believe. The Chinese made up gunpowder. Hey. Yeah. The anti-intellectualism in America is probably the most annoying thing. And what I'm saying is, yeah, there's a lot of stupid people. Oops. Like, okay. Just look at driving. So, where I live, in undisclosed location, the drivers, who are just regular citizens who I now have to trust with my life, essentially, and I'm not talking about like, oh, he must be talking about like he must take a lot of like Lyft or Uber rides or something. No. The cars are like killing machines. You could very easily kill somebody with them. Like, not to mention just yourself. Wait, I'm doing the wrong star. The thing that I really don't like is, okay, I would be willing to bet in America that over 90% of drivers on the road suck at driving. And a lot of people that would see this would be like, yeah, totally. And if there was in a room with 10 people, all 10 of those people would be like, yeah, man, yeah, 9 of us do suck. Except for they wouldn't be saying that. They'd just be all agreeing, not realizing that's basically what they're saying. So, when, like, and the, okay, first, driving is just a dumb idea, period. Like, first off, in order to get the thing, in order to get a license, well, you don't even need a license to drive a car. I mean, anybody can go out and buy a car and start driving it. That's stupid. You don't even need, I don't even think you need to be, I don't even think you need a license to buy a car. You might need to be like, I don't know how old you legally have to be to buy a car. I mean, how old do you legally have to be to buy a lot? I mean, I imagine there's not an age limit. As long as you have money, I mean, because it's capitalism. Like, why people want money? That's how capitalism works. So, anybody can go out and buy a car. Anybody. As long as they have the money. You don't even, I mean, you can buy a car and have it driven to you. I mean, what is the, and not to mention, you're going super fast, like 1.5 feet off the ground with usually like all, I mean, you're basically just like sitting like this in this position going like, 60 miles an hour on rocks, on hard rocks, like a 1.5 feet above. That's a terrible idea. Not to mention, hey, let's give everybody that wants one and can afford one, let's just give them one. And that's exactly what they did. I mean, you only need to take the test one time when you're like 16 years old. Like, you can get a driver's license at 16 years old, and all you have to do is pay money and get your picture taken to get it renewed. How many other things did you know that you were like, yep, I'm 16, I can be responsible for other people's lives in my hands. I'm 16 years old. I got this. Other people's lives are in my hand. I fully comprehend that. And I fully comprehend that, and I accept that. Like, no, dude. People don't even realize, like, when you get in your car, like, every single time you get in a car, that could be, you could, no matter how far you're going, like, that could, be your last day on Earth, man. Sorry, my eye itches. My eye itches. So, people don't think about that. People don't think, oh, I'm doing something. I'm literally risking my life right now. Like, Nobody thinks about that when they jump in the car. Nobody does. Well, not nobody. Very, very few people, every time they get in the car, are like, okay, I accept this, and, you know, I accept that this could be, you know, if I don't do everything right, you know, even if you do everything right, you know, this could be, you know, my last, you know, conscious day on Earth. So, you know, in this vessel, depending on your theories of the afterlife. Yeah, nobody thinks about that. People are just like, oh, I need... What have people gotten by? What have people gotten by? Something funny. I don't know. I need Starbucks. I need more Starbucks. Yeah, like, people... Like, when you've got that late night, you know, when you've got that, or that early morning craving for Starbucks or whatever, and you're like, ugh, I'm so tired, I gotta drive to Starbucks, I'm super tired. It's like the dumbest thing ever. Like, first off, I really love how, like, there's all this stigma against being a drug addict, but then, like, Starbucks... It's like you liquid drugs. Caffeine is a drug, like straight up. Caffeine jacks you up. I can no longer drink caffeine because I'm so sensitive to it. It makes me like super anxious. And yeah, no thanks. I really wish the world was just smarter. I just wish everybody was smarter. Like, I mean, the easiest solution to a lot of these things, well, everything, every one of these issues is if people just knew better, if people were just smarter. Like driving, for example. In America, you know, I mean, first off, you should probably be taught how to drive in school, not pay to, I mean, because the way that it's geared is, what is it, if you, okay, in some states, it's something along the lines of, you get a permit, and you can do X amount of time on the permit, but, you know, with a permit, you need to have, you know, a driver that has had their license for however many years. It's, I don't know, it's like 5 years or something. I don't know, 5, 7 years, something like that. And, they, you know, or you can get your permit, sign up for driver's ed, and then after you complete driver's ed, you can get a license. Like, oh, cool. And, wait, how much does driver's ed? Oh, driver's ed is hundreds of dollars. Oh, okay. Well, I got a D on my report card, so my dad didn't get me driver's ed. So what do I do? Oh, I can't do anything? Oh, okay. Oops. If you've never seen this before, if you've never seen my content before, hello and welcome. But, yeah. Anyway, I just wish people were smarter. The solution to driving is, instead of having driver's ed, and, you know, we should just be taught that in school. Also, who thought, why are there only 2 ways to drive, that suck? Offensive and defensive, which imploring just one is never a good idea. So you need to implore like some of both, but they never tell you to be an offensive driver. It's like, okay, defensive driving school. Like, you know what I would rather have? Instead of somebody who's offensive or defensive, whatever that means, when it comes to driving, we're not in a race. We're not competing. So we don't need offensive or defense. That doesn't make any sense. So we're all just kind of in this together. Nobody's competing, or they shouldn't be. So what would you rather have besides offense or defense? Oh, maybe predictability? Ho ho ho! If I knew what the person in front of me was going to do, maybe things would just be a little bit safer. Maybe just a little. If I was able to go, oh, this person made this signal with their car, or this person is doing this, and that means this, so they're doing it. And you might be thinking, well, there's already stuff like that on the road. Yeah, but nobody, I mean, like, signals that people don't know how to use correctly, like, nobody uses their turn signals, and nobody uses them correctly. And, like, nobody uses their emergency lights correctly. You know, nobody, I mean, people would just stop in the middle of the road. And you'd be like, oh, there must be something going on that I can't see. Nope, they're just letting somebody out while stopping traffic. Like, what are you doing? Like, why can't you, like, oh, you couldn't pull over in that spot right there? Like, people are terrible drivers. And I've been many places. And there are so many bad drivers in so many places. America especially. America, I mean, the thing about, like, other countries and stuff, like, look at, like, Egypt. And the way that, like, driving is around there. If you don't know what you're doing, it would be quite terrifying. But if you live there, you know, people, you know, are usually a little bit more predictable. People still do a bunch of dumb stuff, you know, but when people do dumb stuff, there's like a general consensus of, oh, when this person is doing this dumb thing, we all know what to do because this person's being dumb. Like, that doesn't exist in America. It's like, there's so many times where it's like, why are we just sitting at a green light? Oh, because that person's not paying attention. Why can't you honk your horn at them? Like, oh, I don't want to be rude. Well, you're being rude to me by just sitting there and letting this person, like, screw up all of our schedules just because, like, you don't want to let them know that they're doing something wrong, like, that's not a very good excuse. Like, I know it's on that person, but still, like, just say something. And you have no idea how many times, you know, I know why people don't honk and stuff. It's because they don't want to be the bad guy, or they've had bad experiences with seemingly innocuous, you know, non-confrontation. It would be a non-confrontational interaction becomes extremely confrontational. I mean, I have literally, like, I've been behind somebody and just went beep, just like a little beep, and they freak out. They freak out. It is bizarre. I don't know what possesses somebody. Like, that comes with entitlement. Like, that's an entitlement thing, you know? Like, how dare you tell me that I'm a bad driver? How dare you beep your horn at me? Because when you honk your horn at somebody, even though it's there to, the main function of a horn, as far as I know, is to alert someone if there is going to be an accident. You know, basically, like, honk at someone so you get their attention, so then they don't get into an accident. As far as I know, that is the function of the car horn. But now people take it as a personal insult, and I don't know why. I mean, obviously it says something about, like, their level of insecurity if when you get, you know, beeped at when you are doing something wrong, when you are not doing something correctly, when you are doing something wrong, and somebody, you know, basically tries to get you to pay attention in, like, the only way they know how. Besides, like, is that more, like, I feel like just going beep is a lot more polite than rolling down your window going, "Hey, idiot!" You know? That's just me, though. Meh. I don't know. Yeah, people, like, yeah, and like I said, dude, whenever I start talking like this, so many people within earshot are always like, yeah, totally, people do suck at driving. It's like, and I, you know, definitely, like, there's plenty of times where, like, I quiz people. I'm like, oh yeah, what would you do in this situation? And, you know, and most of the time, you know, which is kind of like, honestly, kind of a jerk thing to do, but, like, at the same time, like, I'm really trying to, like, it's like, dude, like, did you not hear what I said? Like, you really think, like, in this room full of 10 people that I'm going to bring up a statistic, like, 1 in 10, and, which, like, so 9 of you this applies to, like, and everybody in the room was like, yeah, he's not talking about me, no. Yeah, no, I'm not bad at anything. Like, dude, it's okay to not be good at stuff. It's okay to be wrong. Like, the important thing is that to recognize that you're wrong and then try to maybe correct that. You know? Like, if people are really like, oh, dude, dude, remember like 10 years ago when you were wrong about that thing? Like, what? Like, what? What are you doing? Like, and, like, anybody that, like, nobody, like, I know, like, I can't say that nobody does that, because that's, like, totally kind of happened to me. But, like, it's just like, dude, what do you got going on with yourself that makes you express yourself like that to others? Like, because that's usually what it comes down to. It's like, dude, what's going on with you that makes you need to take this out on me? Like... and of course, when I start talking like this, like, yeah, it's more important just to, you know, it doesn't matter who's right, it just matters that, you know, the right answer is found and that we find a solution to these things and, you know, try and, you know, help, you know, progress and evolve. And, like, there's so many times where I'm talking to people and I'm like, yeah, you know, most people I know are like this, and which will explicitly apply to them as well, and they'll agree with me and be like, yeah, man, people are like that and they suck. It's like, no, I didn't say that. It's just, it's not that they suck, it's just kind of annoying to deal with, and I wish they weren't like that. For something to suck, like, truly, like, something to be like, man, that is not okay, like, that is bad, like, you know, usually, like, some effort has to be put into it, you know, if you're not trying to suck, and you suck, it's different, like, you know, up to a point, you know, at a certain point, it's just like, okay, dude, you're just ignorant, but, I don't know. I just wish people were smarter is all. Because nobody ever wants to come to terms and maybe think, oh, maybe I am maybe I am wrong. You know? It's like, being embarrassed is not the worst thing in the world. And not being able to not be embarrassed, or how should I say this? Being embarrassed is a natural thing. Like, embarrassment, like, oh well, there's plenty of times where it's like, yep, I'm embarrassed right now, but, oh well, this moment will pass, you know, and then you could talk about, oh yeah, that was an embarrassing moment, you know. If it still embarrasses you to bring up the moment, then there's obviously something that you need to work on, or something that's unresolved in the moment, you know. Of course, this all comes back to people just need to be smarter. I wish people were taught how to critically think, and logic and ration in school, and how to do our taxes, instead of how to write a check. Oh yes, thank you. Oh yes, I will be king of Wall Street with my check writing abilities. Alright, let's practice for real for a moment. I have been playing this game for like 2 hours. But yeah, stupid people really annoy me. I mean, I have no problem dealing with them, but it's still annoying. I mean, it's like when I say like, oh, I don't want to do something, and somebody's like mad that you don't want to, like, I'll still do it, but I don't have to like it while I'm doing it. Like, that's just life. like most of life is doing stuff. Well, not most of life, but well, actually, yeah, but most of life is doing stuff that you probably don't want to do. Like, it'd be tight if I didn't have to eat or sleep, or go to the bathroom, or bathe, or have to breathe, or worry about survival, period. That would be so tight if I didn't have to worry about survival, and I was just, like, stress-free about, like, all of this. That'd be tight. Like, it just... Like, the point is like, yeah, I might not like it. Like, there's a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, I used to really like driving. But then, like, I don't really like driving anymore. Sometimes I do. But most of the time, it's just like, this is just kind of like an obligation that I don't want to do, especially now during a pandemic. I have to go out and deal with a bunch of idiots that don't know how to wear a mask correctly, and that, took months and 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 months in order to start adhering to very simple health protocols, like, oh, maybe don't crowd people as much. Maybe you don't need to go out every single day if you don't have to work and stuff. So yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, a long time ago I realized, one of the crux, no wait, no, that's not it. One of the, I don't know, vulnerabilities of humanity is anti-intellectualism, especially in America, man. Like, the baseline of intelligence in America is so low. Like, what people are expected to know, like the everyday adult is expected to know, is basically like, can you read? Can you write? Can you put numbers together? Well, welcome to adulthood. I don't know. Man. Koopa's a quick. Okay. I'll count it. Alright, I'm gonna do Womp's block real quick. Backup strats. So wonder. I screwed that up. Whatever. Is it right here? Did I get it right? Yes! I got it while still in the air. Okay. I'm gonna take a little break for, let's see, probably about 15-20 minutes. So yeah, I will be back shortly. So yeah. I'll be back shortly. Okay. Until then, yeah, I'll be back. Let's see. Yeah, probably right around like the 30, like the half hour or the middle of the hour mark. The 30. Okie smokes. Um, I... Okay, well, I guess, yeah, let me think. Is there anything? I don't think so. Okay, yeah, I'll be back in about 20 minutes. Okay. Top of Womps. Top of Womps. Top of Womps sounds like it could be some kind of establishment. Like Top of Womps. Like a restaurant or something. Like a Dave and Buster's. Top of Womps Arcade. It's a lot of fun.
Let's go. Hey, let's go. Because we can do it. Because I'm a sneaky.
I'm just joking. That's racist. That's prejudice.
Let's go.
What? Fart face. Yeah. Okay, now I remember. No. So, the way that I acquired my kitties, and I have 5. You heard that right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cats. They are all of them were either brought to us or, well, we pretty much had to go. We either had to go and get them to get them out of the situation they were in, because they had nowhere to go, or someone else, or they had an owner, and we most of the time even knew the owner, and they still neglected their cat, even though they said they didn't. And you know, basically we would basically, you know, I mean, it's for the, this is for the good of, you know, the animal. You know, I wasn't trying to do anything except for look out for the well-being of this helpless, defenseless animal who did not ask to be, you know, bred for money or adopted by some, you know, person that does not know the first thing about taking care of a living thing, let alone a cat. And even though they have children, yeah. So, yeah. So the first cat that we got was Socrates, and oops, and Socrates, or Brow, as we like to call him. And if you're wondering, why did you call your cat Brow? It's because that's the noise that he makes. He's a browser. You've probably met, if you've, been around kitties before, you have most likely met a cat that makes the same browing noise. It's not like a meow. It's not a meow. It's a brow. Brow. Yeah, so Brow showed up one day at our boss's house while we were working, and actually I wasn't actually there. I think I was in transit for some reason. I believe I wasn't. For some reason, I wasn't at work that day, but me, my significant other, and I, basically, we worked at the same place. We were together before we started working at the same place, but we worked at the same place together for a number of years, actually. But yeah, so anyways, we worked out of our boss's house on his property, and one day a cat that we thought was one of the neighbor cats that actually he had two really awesome fuzzy kitties named one he had a long-haired gray kitty who was really sweet and really cute, and very had a larger than life personality, and was really awesome. But her name was Crazy Cat. That was her name, and but I did not choose her name, but in her defense, she was pretty crazy sometimes. She for a while, and honestly, a lot of people, this is why I think a lot of people are not equipped to be pet owners, and I really think you should have a license to have pets. And not just like a stupid, like, arbitrary thing for the state to make money off of you. I mean, like, an actual, like, can you take care of this animal? Do you have the means to do so? Will you be willing to make the compromises and the sacrifices? Do you have the room? Do you have the knowledge? There's lots and lots of things that go into having an animal live with you. And if you notice, I'm not using words like possessive words. Like this is like the most like hippie thing that I'm going to say all night probably. But I don't see animals as possessions. It's not my pet, if he's in, if my, if anything, they're my friends, and they really are, I love my kitties, I care about, their feelings. I want them to be happy. I want them to be comfortable. I want them to like me. I want them to like each other. You know, I want them to like my significant other. You know, you know, they're all great kitties, you know, you know, and your cats, you know, will be, you know, a reflection of the way that you treat them, you know. That's why there's so many people that are like, oh yeah, my cat's a jerk. Like, that's because you probably don't know how to take care of your cat. And, like, that might sound harsh, but that's just how it works. I don't make the rules. You know, are not knowledgeable enough to, you know, understand all the things that, you know, your cat needs. You know, and if you're offended by that, you know, that's not the correct response. You should be wondering, okay, well, what can I, you know, if you really, you know, want to, you know, if you really are about the, you know, the well-being of your animal, you know, it shouldn't matter what I say. You know, you shouldn't be offended by it. You know, you should, if anything, be disappointed in yourself, and then wonder like, oh, how can I do better? And the main thing is just the amount of effort you put into things. You know, cats need effort and stuff put into them. You know, I know I'm sitting here on stream, doing nothing, you know, not paying attention to my animals, it seems like. But, you know, I wouldn't just leave, you know, if I, you know, knew, if my significant other wasn't able to, you know, deal with all the cats, because, I mean, 4 out of 5 of them, well, actually, I think 5 out of 5 of them are sleeping right now, because that's just, you know, how they, oh, hey, food, thank you, yeah, I wouldn't want to leave them, you know, if I, you know, that's why I like playing on my headphones and stuff, and, cause I can, you know, I can hear my cats better as well, you know, and, that was one thing when I, you know, had my speakers plugged in, you know, did the audio through my microphone, because I am an idiot and don't know. Well, actually, I just did not know how to work Streamlabs that well. I mean, the thing is, I did the exact same thing in OBS that I did in Streamlabs, but it works now. Both desktop audio and, what's it called, my capture card audio. So, I don't know. Some things, just, I don't know why. I don't know. Like the Usamune ROM, just for some reason, I mean, just isn't working on the, I mean, maybe the only thing that I haven't done is tried using it on like a fresh, well, yeah, like a freshly downloaded, like, different ROM from like a different source, which I don't really want to, you know, the source that I found seems fine. You know, I don't want to, you know, yeah.
Here we go!
doing it from the top there better. It's way more fun. At any rate, so the origin of socks, the origin of brow. So I wasn't there when the first encounter that we had with him. I should say the first encounter, the initial encounter, because so he apparently, whoops. So there was a neighbor kitty, or one of the neighbor kitties, that was kind of a bully, that used to bully Crazy Cat, and my boss's old kitty, and I did it. The cat that we're talking about was kind of a bully, like I said, and also had feline AIDS, which you know, is fine as long as you don't fight cats all the time like they did. So we didn't fight cats all the time, but you know, he did essentially, you know, be kind of a bully to at least that neighborhood. I mean, I mean, I have no idea how many cats, you know, how often, or which, you know, maybe that was the only cat that, you know, that he or she tried to bully. But let's see if I can do that fast. But yeah, so my boss at the time, he was my boss, not my boss anymore. My boss at the time, he had like an airsoft gun, and he, you know, took aim, and he saw what he thought was Buddy next to like the chain link fence, this chain link fence, and that was, you know, basically next to the chain link fence entrance, and he saw what he thought was Buddy just laying there, and he's like, oh, he's you know, he's waiting to sneak up on my cat, you know, he's waiting to sneak up on Crazy Cat. So he takes his airsoft gun and he shoots it right next to basically he shoots it right next to him at the post, the chain link post, so it makes like a loud like ding, like a metal ding to like scare him, right? And which that probably wasn't where you thought I was going with the airsoft gun thing, but so he shoots it and he, you know, hits it to try and make the loud noise, and that's what he does. He didn't shoot it at the, you know, he would never shoot it at animals, and that's the same, you know, I've employed the same method many times where, you know, I basically, you know, throw something, or you know, with a BB gun shoot, or with an airsoft gun shoot at something that's, you know, semi close to the to whatever, you know, to the animal, that whatever we're trying to scare away from, you know, and the reason we're trying to scare it away usually is from just to protect our animals. We don't try and scare it away because, oh, you're on my property. Ugh. Like I could care less. As you know, as long as they don't, you know, mess with, you know, my kitty friends or, you know, my animal friends who, you know, already live there, you know, they're fine. So, he thought he was there to cause trouble. So, like he had, you know, many other times. So, he, you know, shoots next to the thing, you know, direct hit, ping, you know, hits the post super loud, and the cat does not flinch. He's like, that's weird. Pretty much any cat, yeah, and Buddy's not like deaf or anything. I think that was the name of the cat. I think the cat's name was... I think that's the cat's name. If not, we'll just call him Buddy anyways. So, Big Buddy, would be scared away by that usually. Usually, you know, if you made a loud noise, you know, if you, shot the airsoft gun and, you know, hit something, you know, more or less close by him, he would, you know, be like, oh, okay, I get it, you know, and, you know, run away. And, but the cat in question did not move. It's like, huh, that's weird. So my boss walks up to the cat, and the cat, you know, gets up and just immediately comes right at him and just like a super low, like super low meow, and, you know, constantly meowing, just meow, 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 and snuggling up, you know, being cute, and, he wasn't a small, you know, Socks wasn't a small kitty when we got him, but, you know, he was, you know, he was, thinner than, you know, he is, than, you know, he wasn't a healthy weight, I should say. He wasn't like super gaunt, skinny or anything. But yeah, Socks, I just came up to him and started snuggling with him, and came inside, and my my significant other, you know, obviously, my significant other really likes animals, you know, especially cats. You know, I really like cats too. I've always really liked cats, and you know, I used to, you know, when I was a little kid, you know, I used to have a kitty, and she was the sweetest little kitty ever. Yeah, her name was Lovey, because I loved her so much. And Lovey was amazing. But anyways, so she had her love of cats, and I had my love of cats. So they immediately, you know, were like, you know, I want to take this cat home, you know, essentially. And, you know, we lived together at the time, and, so, yeah, I was at home, and I was a little bit reluctant at first. I will admit, because I just I was a little bit resistant to change. I was worried about if we weren't able to take care of him. Are we gonna be able to be home enough? Are we gonna be able to have room for him? Are we gonna be able to make him happy? And so it was like the next day, she told my significant other, I pick her up and she tells me all about him, and this cat, and I really want to bring him home. I'm like, I don't know, are we gonna this and that, and there's a few other factors as well, but it was kind of mainly just are we gonna be able to make him happy, and so she that was almost good. So I'm like, okay, well, I figured at this point, okay, we're probably gonna bring him home, but let me at least see this see this kitty, and see what's up, see what's up with him, and not like I'd be like, oh, he's I don't like his color, or oh, I don't like the way that his paws are, so no, he can't come home. But I just wanted to see what it was like, and the second that I walk in, and the second that he was laying on like a chair in like the dining room, and on like a kitchen chair, and that's good enough. And I was like, hey buddy, what's up? And he immediately, I was wearing sweats, and I like crouched down, and he immediately just like laid down and just like laid his head in my lap and was like, "Rah!" And I was like, okay, you're coming home with us. And I mean, it was like the cutest thing ever. And it's like he knew that, like, all he had to do was be like super cute, and there'd be like no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And that I would just immediately melt and like give in, and sure enough, and so yeah, he's amazing. I love my furry little friend so much. He's my best friend. So, keep forgetting. Yeah, Socks is adorable. He's so funny and so smart, and he's amazing. I love him so much. And did I just collect that star while smushed? Really? And then after Socks came my little gray kitty, my forever kitty, Mew, and who we also named after the noise that she makes, and also the Pokemon, because the Pokemon Mew is adorable, and Mew is so cute. She is. I know everybody says this about their cats and their animals, but Mew is the cutest cat ever, and she knows it. She does every cute thing that a cute cat can do. Like, every cute cat thing, she does. Constantly. She would be like an internet sensation if we put her on the internet. Which we've thought about a bunch of times, but, you know, we don't want to have to put the pressure on her to perform. She's just our little baby. But yeah, Mew is an adorable little gray ball of fuzzy sunshine. She loves to love. She loves to be, she loves to snuggle and rub, you know, her face against things. You know, everything is a place for her to walk on. She will, the way she lets you know if she's hungry is that she will try and eat part of your face off, and that's not really an exaggeration. You know, because there's, you know, a little like, oh, that's cute, like, she's, like, you know, nibbling, you know, a little bit. And then there's, like, she, like, tries to take a chunk out of your nose or your lip because she's hungry. And she's like, I'm hungry. Just to let you know, this is what this will lead to. If you don't feed me soon, I'll just try and eat you. Yeah. So, she's adorable. Cutest little thing ever. You know, she's a spoiled little brat because it's like impossible to get angry at her, even if she does something angering, because she's so cute. She's just like, well, Mew, don't do that. And you're like, like, dude, come on. And it's so counterintuitive when it comes to trying to, like, train her to, like, I know, not like train, but, like, you know, we're trying to, like, teaching her, you know, certain things, like, you know, don't go here, don't, you know, don't do this, don't do that, you know, it's not safe, or, you know, you know, this is, you know, this doesn't belong to you, this, you know, this is mine, you know, you have your own stuff, you know, that I don't touch, you know, so, you know, I don't play with, you know, I don't mess with your stuff while you're playing with it, yeah, so, you know, having to, like, teach her stuff like that, to, like, you know, no, you know, I used to, you know, I made up the name Mewford May, and just because she's cute, and then I made the name, and then it turned to, like, Mewford Mayhoo, and then Cuteford, and then Cutie Patootie, and then Patoots, and now it's just Tootie and Cuteford. That's all we call her. Not Cute Bird, Cuteford. There you go. Yeah, Cuteford. 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 Yeah. Whatever. I wonder. Can you just grab that owl? Like, Really? Oh god. Oh yeah, let's see. I want to see. There's special dialogue if you hold on to him for too long. So let's see what happens. So, the Tale of Mewford. 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 Whatever. The Tale of My Kitty Mew. A friend of our boss was moving, and I'm just about flapped out. You should lay off the pasta, Mario. That's it for now. Press A to let go. Okay, bye-bye. So this is... Oh, okay, that's it. I feel like that takes kind of long. Oh, oops. That was stupid. So we get a call one day from a friend of our boss. Hey, I gotta move, and you know, my cat had kittens, like exactly 6 weeks or whatever, however long. I think it's 6 weeks or 8 weeks or something. Exactly. I think that takes like a while. I feel like that's way faster. Yeah, that's super slow. And so we get a call, and this person lives out in the middle of nowhere, and she says, I'm keeping the mama cat. She has she has there's another kitten there that is male, that's, I guess, her brother, and then there's a girl kitty, our Mew, and she doesn't have a home, and we're moving today, and she doesn't have a home, and we're taking the mama cat with us, and the brother kitty is getting taken away shortly, in like a couple hours. And she lived in the woods by a river. No joke. In the woods by a river. And what you're picturing. And like what you're picturing. This is where this lady lived. And this is where the cat had to live. And knowing what I know about Mew now, she would have never survived there. She's so clumsy and like adorable. Like, I mean, just even trying to get around like our apartment when we first got her, she was like the clumsiest little kitty ever. It's just like, oh, she kept falling over stuff, and it's like, gosh, she's better now. You know, she doesn't, miss as many jumps and stuff, and she doesn't have like, some sort of like developmental issue or anything. She was just clumsy. And, because she's not clumsy, she's way, she's much better now. She's not nearly as clumsy. She has her moments, but, they're very few and far between now. And, so, she came to us, so it was basic, and there was apparently nobody else that they could call, and my boss at the time, could not take her either because he didn't really have any place for her, and he already had 2 other cats that were big enough, and they probably would have, especially the female cat probably would have bullied the crap out of her, and she already bullied the other smaller cat in the neighborhood, and so and we had socks already, but we were like, okay, whatever, it's fine, we'll have she's a cute little kitty, and she needs a home, why not? So, we, took her home or whatever. Come on. We brought her home, and, she is afraid of the outside now and doesn't ever want to go outside. She really likes laying on heating pads and laying in front of, what am I doing? What star am I doing? Oh, ow. Yeah, that takes forever. Wait. I guess this is faster going like this. So yeah, we brought Mew home, and at first Socks was not very nice, and then like by day 2, and Mew just kept trying to like sit next to him and like just like hang out with him, and Mew is tiny compared to Socks, especially then. She was just a little kitten, like an actual little kitten. So, she, she was very dainty and fragile. And she had the most adorable little mews. Mew, 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 mew. She still does it. She's still adorable. Like the cutest little thing ever. And like not just like in like every action she does, every look that she does, everything. She is like ridiculously cute. It's like the same. Dang it, that was stupid. So what happens if I fail owl it? Just fail the owl. Where is it? About time. Might as well. I probably should have just like jumped off the edge and then tried again. Reset the simulation or the dream or whatever it is. Yeah, everything Mew does is the cutest thing ever. It's like, how does she do it? She is the cutest little thing ever. It is insane. So, I'm working on my fan theory that this game, Super Mario 64, is actually Mario being like incepted. You know, like the movie Inception. And Bowser somehow got Mario, like, I mean, because Mario's like either like narcoleptic or like tranquilized in this. I mean, within 40 seconds the guy falls asleep. I mean, that's unnatural. Alright. Yeah, so like Mario I mean, think about like, I mean, Toad just like randomly like apparates out of nothing. He just like materializes in front of your eyes, like in multiple random locations, and you never see him actually move. You know, the interior of the castle makes no sense. Like, this level in itself is like bigger than the entire like castle area. Like, I mean, where is this in the world of Mario, you know? So, makes me think that like there's something up with these paintings, and you know, obviously the paintings are weird. Oh god. Got him. Um, yeah, the way the paintings are and stuff, and the fact that you fall asleep after like 1 second. Not 1 second, but like less than a minute, constantly. Ugh. Oh gosh. Alright. Alright, I'm getting better at grabbing him. Alright, I'll take it. Like, this whole business is so weird. I knew it. Alright. I knew it. Did it. B in the D-dubs. How do I get up here? I just lost all confidence. Oops. No. Man, I screwed that up. You know, I thought about it and I was like, you know, maybe I should take like a 5-minute break real quick before I do Dark World. We're gonna pretend. We're gonna pretend for a minute. And I'm gonna take a little break for like 5 minutes. So yeah. I will be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Alright, I'll be right back. Where's the stupid button? Okay, here we go. cool as this song is. Okay. And we're back. Dang it, I missed. Why am I not doing so good? Okay. Time in. Forgot a couple things. Okie smokies. So, I hope everybody that sees this is doing swell. If not, I hope maybe I can make it a little sweller. Bosterfeek. I swear I hit A before I hit Z. I didn't accidentally. I just barely tapped Z. So I was ready for the long jump. Oh God. Man. Come on, man. Not doing so hot. Dough. Take that, Mario. Not fair. I'm just kidding. It's fair. Come on. So I Okay. So, I am currently in the market for two, well, actually three, specific Nintendo 64 games, which, when I acquire, will add to the roster of the Nintendo 64 Classics, which is a series that I am going to be regularly having, on a regularly scheduled, stream regular. Oh gosh. I saved myself. Oh my gosh. But yeah, so that means this week I am going to be bringing back a couple games, and I'm going to be having a regular Mario Maker segment, as well as regular speedrun school segments. That's what this is. This is speedrun school. That's what we're doing right now, is speedrun school. Just because I'm like learning how to speedrun. It's like I'm at speedrun school. Do you get it? So, because it's like I'm at a school. So, I want to also soon, hopefully, I will have access to, I mean, I know I have these little, I have the classic and I have the classic consoles, the NES and the Super NES classic consoles. If they ever came out with a Nintendo 64 classic console, even if it only had like 12 games on it, that'd be like the biggest hit in the world. Like Super Mario 64, Star Fox, Diddy Kong Racing, Ocarina of Time, GoldenEye, Mario Golf, Mario Kart, Mario Tennis. I mean, I would put Jet Force Gemini on there, because to me that is a very classic. I mean, oh, it's weird though, like, growing up, like, that was the game that the least amount of, like, that got, like, the least amount of, like, exposure. Like, when I would ask kids, like, hey, play Jet Force Gemini? What's that? Who's Lupus? I don't know. Pilot Wings is classic. I mean, to me, NFL Blitz is super classic. Super Smash Brothers, of course. I might have to get NFL Blitz. That game is so ridiculous. I remember I played that game in front of my great-grandmother, who was like, I don't know, 80, 90 or something, and she freaking hated it. She hated NFL Blitz. It made her angry. She thought it was unsportsman. She didn't get the point of it. She did not like NFL Blitz. My great-grandmother, my like 80-year-old great-grandmother was so angry when my brother, it got to the point of where me and my brother, who were two little kids and just wanted to play our game wherever, we like went like a few houses down to our great-grandmother's house. We were at like our other grandma's house, and they kind of lived close to each other. So we were like a few houses down, just walking our Nintendo 64, out in the open, and we hooked it up, and she was like, "Oh, you guys are gonna play one of those new the video game? It's a football game, huh? Oh, okay." And she liked football, I guess, and she thought it was like an abomination to football, and it was like a disgrace, and it was just like they were all unsportsmen. They were very unsportsmen, and I don't know. Apparently, unsportsman is not a word. Unsportsmanlike conduct. Oh, apparently unsportsmanlike. Okay, yeah. So yeah, they were very unsportsmanlike. Unsportsman. Okay, apparently that is a word. But yeah, she could not comprehend why we thought that was like a fun game. Also, she did comment on that the players, all the players look really gross. Which, like, could just be like, oh, she didn't like the graphics. But come to think of it, she was also kind of racist, probably. So yeah. Aren't old folks great? Just kidding. Being racist is not cool. I mean, I love when people use the excuse, oh, it was a different time. Oh, when people knew that racism was wrong but didn't care as much? Okay. Because we knew it was wrong, but we just didn't care as much. At no point in human history did every single collective person think, you know what? Subjugating a different person based on outward characteristics, and forcing everyone into classes. I think this is a good idea. We are going in the right direction. Yeah. For the most part, it just seems like it was like, oh, this is what we're doing. Okay, I guess I'll go along with it. I imagine, certain people in power would use certain things in order to help control people. Like, I know that religion was, it was actually like, implored as like a way to make people more obedient in certain situations, because they knew that if people thought there was that the gatekeeper to heaven and paradise and the afterlife was watching you at all times, I mean, yeah, that's gonna mess with your psyche. That's gonna, if you think that you're under constant surveillance, like, you're going to act a certain way. And you're going to feel a certain way about certain actions. As an action that normally be like, oh yeah, that was whatever, it was pointless, essentially, but I guess it didn't harm anybody. Situations like that, which there are plenty of, like, that'll make you think twice about that stuff. Like, well, wait, what was, I mean, now somebody, you know, the gate, you know, the gatekeeper to paradise in the afterlife is keeping tabs on me, you know? There's a lot of pressure, man. Oops. Stupid hat. I'm just kidding. I said hat. Oh. I made it, but then didn't. Huh? Oh God. So tomorrow, I am going to probably try and stream. I might actually stream in the morning. Depends. Cause yeah. Yeah, because I gotta take Tiger to the vet at 3, and I gotta do some stuff while I'm out. Yeah, I have a bunch of stuff. Actually, I have a bunch of stuff to do during the day tomorrow. So I don't know. I might not stream at all tomorrow, but I don't know. I like that backup. Can never get it to work though. That's where I hit the button. Darn. Oh God. Knew it. As soon as I jumped, I was like, uh-oh. Okay. Come on. Darn. Dang it, man, I keep mistiming that. See, just because I had a smoky rollout, everything was screwed up. That's right, I said smoky rollout because the Mario creates friction because he's so darn powerful and fast, not because of the level being dirty and there's dust on the ground, so it's a dusty dive. It's smoke. I guess maybe the whole dustiness would go with like my theme of Mario being incepted, because that's like, oh, these are real levels that Mario, you know, real world things that Mario actually knows about. But for some reason now he has to use paintings to get to them, and you know. Some of them are kind of weird. Oh god. So maybe that's like the thing that's off in every level is that, oh, the way you can tell it's a dream is because all the levels are really dirty. Then how does stuff like that shine in this? Man. Even if I screw up, let's keep going. Until that happens. Actually made it, and I timed the butter cycle. Screwed everything else up after that. Let's try and get through more fluently. I don't know why I tried that. Dang it. Oh my. I think I'm going to call this one for the night. I still have a bunch of stuff to do, so can't spend it all night streaming. So even though that would be alright, but okay. I will maybe see you guys tomorrow, maybe not. Wish Tiger Luckos. One day I'll explain to you what that means. But it basically just means good luck, more or less. So yeah. Have a wonderful Sunday fun day, or whatever day it is for you. But yeah, I will be on, if I'm not on tomorrow, I will be on Tuesday at 7, 6, 6, 7. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. It'll be on my schedule. So yeah. At any rate, yeah, I gotta get going, so I will catch you on the flippy flop. Catch you on the flippy floppy. Flippity flop. Hippity hop. Clippity clop?